I always get the title wrong. Fantasy Battlefield. It's not on the Battlefield category. Why is it been... Anyway. We're all sitting. It'll have. Good place to start. Good track. Hey, John. How's it going, bud? Long time no see. Still at the auto parts store? I was just thinking today, I hadn't been through there since I quit. Yeah, you running the place now? Keeping them in check? You know, they still hadn't fixed my Jeep. My Jeep's been down for nearly 3 months now. I'm about to run out of some money. It's kind of a problem. Let's see what qualify. I haven't been driving. I hadn't been working because I can't drive because the Jeep's broke. I kind of been stuck here for quite a while. So, playing a lot of video games in the meantime. Whoa. Hey, what's up, Dora? chilling. Yeah. Just ate some food earlier and crashed for a bit. Got a little bit of rest, so I literally just woke up. Browsed all the internet I care to browse, so I don't know what happened to my feed on YouTube. I used to have good stuff on there, and that's all crap. I guess they changed the algorithm. Yeah. Change my desktop settings. Get a little bit better refresh rate. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my YouTube. It's like really odd. Well, my interface is the same. It's just something weird with the feed. Like the videos that I'm showing are like, it's a bunch of crap, man. I don't know where that's coming from, really. It's kind of odd. There's like one song that's gotten popular, and it's like on a bunch of little shorts and stuff. I guess it thinks I liked a video that had that song on it, so now it's showing me all these videos with the same stupid song on there. I'm like, that's not what I was liking it for. It wasn't for the song. It's like some old Patsy Cline song, some crap I don't even like. It was just the video that I liked. And so I just got like, just every video had that stupid song in the background. I'm like, what in the heck are they doing? So I don't know. I guess they turned the AI loose on the YouTube feed, and it's just kind of stupid now. It's weird. Oh, I need to see if this download's still going in the background. I might need to pause that. Yeah, I'm downloading Titanfall and Star Wars Battlefront 2 and Battlefield 4. Let me pause this download. That probably help with the stream quality. Yeah, there we go. That should be better now. If it was being effective. Yeah, so I thought I'd join a public multiplayer online race and see how many times I get spun out. Oh, my mile per hour gauge is not working. Hit escape and back into it, and now it's back. Look how wide this guy's going. He's pushing me right off the road. Trying to. Now he's cutting on the inside of me. Like, what a jackass. T6E4. Held that inside, so he would have had to get in the dirt to pass me. It's his own fault. Shouldn't be cutting inside of people like that when I'm on the very edge of the road already. Wow, look at that little car go. That white one in front of me just took off. Slow in the corners, but watch how fast it goes in the straight. He just takes off. There he goes. I don't know what the song is exactly. It's almost like a children's song. It sounds like some 1950s country kind of stuff. Pretty Little Baby or something like that. I don't know, but it's like on. It's on so many songs. On so many. Man, this guy really holding me up. I finally got around him. He's gonna catch me in the straightaway though. No, not Baby Shark. Something like Pretty Little Baby or something. I think that's what it says in the song. I really don't even know. I've heard it before, but you know, like in an old movie or something. And apparently it got popular on YouTube, or maybe it's not popular. Maybe they're just showing me every single video that every person ever used with it. But it's so annoying. You open your feed and like every song's got that in the background, and the videos aren't any. Like I usually go for funny or interesting stuff. And it's none of that. It's just crap. Bunch of nobodies with nothing to say. It's like, well, it's random. The guy behind me just went off the road. I would have had a good race if I wasn't stuck behind that guy for so long. Kind of held me up. Super slow in the corners, and all he had was straight line. Squid Game, yeah.
Yeah, you don't remember grabbing my quarter panel? What happened? Don't remember that? You wanna touch quarter panels? I'll touch quarter panels. No homo, man. You wanna do that shit? I'll do that shit any day.
It sounds like me. After I get rammed by somebody, I'm like, you won't mind if I ram you back, will you? I wanna touch quarter panels. I like how you said no homo. No homo, I'll touch a quarter panel. You had to stipulate that, you know. Putting down some good laps. Yeah, just in case. He didn't want to get a love letter on the Xbox app, I guess. Steering wheel's been working pretty good since I reclamped it. I hadn't had to reclamp it again today. I think when I reclamped it the first time, I must have not had that USB all the way in when I finished clamping it. Maybe it moved a little bit right when I clamped it or something. Because it was better, but it was still messing up a lot. Today I've had no problems, so I really need to make a YouTube video and show people how to fix it. But I wanted to wait and make sure it's actually fixed pretty well. Put the wing on the back of the car, pitched it all the way up, so it's got a lot of downforce on the back now. So it's not going to be as fast in the straights, but it's still up to the quarter mile. It's still the same speed exactly, because it doesn't go fast enough in the quarter mile for the aero to really get involved. So well, try it out. It seems to be working pretty good. Very stable. Not a lot of fishtailing and stuff. Yeah, I'd say it's fixed. That's definitely the problem. I've definitely identified the problem for sure. Because ever since I reclamped it, I mean, it went from misshifting in every race and disconnecting and lights flashing. None of that stuff's happened at all during this whole race. Guy in front of me is like 1,000 feet. I think that's him up ahead. I'm trying to carry more speed through the corners. Kind of drifted that one. Not gonna be able to catch him in time though. Seventh place. $127.2. Yeah, even though it's a 127 was my best lap, I was fat. This guy, I think he was the one that's talking about getting run over or something. Want to touch my quarter panel? Yeah, I got stuck behind that guy early on so long, I just couldn't get beside anybody else. Might could take some of the rear wing off. I may not need all that much. Got quite a bit on right now. Let's see. Grand Oak. Yeah, this will be a good test. May not have much time to test on this track though. The way they got it set up, it's like 3 minutes between races. Doesn't give me much time to practice. I think I'll take about half the wing off, so it'll be faster in the straights. I think it'll still be plenty of grip. Hard to say. Let's see. Tires. 9 laps of fuel. Oops. Cartoon. Yeah, let's take about half the wing off. So top speed is 199 instead of 192. So it's killing about 8 miles an hour. Total, it's killing a lot. About 20 miles an hour, isn't it? 208 to 92. Oh, 16 miles an hour difference. So halfway. It's about 7 miles an hour, 8 miles. So the lateral G's is the maximum lateral G's this car can do is a 159. Up to 60 miles an hour, 143. So 143 or 159. 142, 153. So you can tell the rear wing has little to do at 60 miles an hour. 156, 159, 57. $143, 156. Let's try that. Still can crack 200. Quarter mile times the same. Let's give that a try. This track is fast. Go ahead and qualify. Wanna touch my quarter panel? You may ask him on the chat in here. Ask him, you wanna touch my quarter panel? See what he says. Just troll him a little bit. He's on the mic already. Hey, you wanna touch my quarter panel? He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. I could hear it on his microphone. Hey, you wanna touch my quarter panel? Hey, Venomize, you wanna touch my quarter panel? he muted his mic. No, I forgot to say no homo. Oh no. Yeah, that's funny. I think he quit the race. He was all over the mic. Let's see if he's still in here. Yeah, he's here. He's in the ZR1. Just fucking with him. I got no beef with him. I just thought it was funny. All right. Get the fan on me here. Some airflow. That's him on my left in that blue ZR1 or Z06 or whatever. I think. There he is. Gotta remember I got half a wing instead of the full wing. Taking a weird line. Yep. Just blocking. Look at that jackass. Oh, he just ran me. There's some dirty drivers here. I think with the wing on the car, I can put a little more twist in the rear. It's doing good, but it feel like it could rotate a little more. I'm having to let off there, and I'm pretty sure I should be able to make that corner. But I need that rear end to kick around a little bit better. Same here. I'm having to let off to make the corner. I could probably make it, but I have to hit it like perfect. Whereas if I put a little more wiggle in the rear, if I don't quite make the turn, I can get there. You know, if I don't hit it perfect, I can still make the turn. Right now I gotta hit it perfect. That's just not doable, especially with traffic. I think we'll move that rear roll center offset and give it one more point. I'm watching that guy go off, and I about followed him. Good race. Yeah, we did a 116. Fast guys went 114. They had the same car. C6ZR1. One's a 09 and one's a 19. Huh. Interesting. So I'm still racing. Ventador. Intersanti? What's an Intersanti? Interesting. Yeah, I gotta go to the tune and let the rear end twist more. It was not rotating enough to get me set up properly for the corners. So I was going around the corners and it was turning. It wouldn't really. I need it to be between a drift and a turn. I don't want it to drift and lose a lot of speed, but I need it to turn. So I gotta find the balance. It's a little bit too tight right now. Four lips are chapped. Split right in the middle. Too many noodles. Nürburgring GP circuit. Alright. Yeah. Grand Prix circuit. Says we can do it 2 flat. Yeah, let's go to that rear wing. Or not rear wing, but the roll center. That should make a big difference. $50 seconds to test the car. That's plenty of time, huh? Download that tune in 50 seconds. Oh yeah. Can tell the difference. I just got to make sure I didn't go too far with it to where it's just always in traction control around corners. With a wing on that Porsche. Tall one. So it says we can run a 2-flat potentially. I'm the only one not running race tires. I'm running sport tires. One of these is not like the others. I still have my race tire tune-up, but it's just so much slower speed-wise. Has a little more lateral grip, but other than that, it's, I have to lose so much power to be able to afford to run the race tires. I think the car is a lot more fun this way. It may not be as competitive, but it's more fun. It's kind of the point of the game, isn't it? To have fun. Car's definitely turning a lot better than it was in the last race. Just got to make sure I don't overdo it, you know. I really wanted to build a Viper like the one in front of me at ACR, and I did, but the audio for the car is so bad. They've got the whine from the race transmission cranked up to 11. It's crazy loud. You want to touch my fender? That's him right behind me. Chill out, Seymour. Asshole. Watch, he's definitely gonna ram me. Yeah. What's the matter, Seymour? You can't pass without hitting somebody? Hello, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Nah, I rotated too much there. Lost a lot of speed. Yeehaw! Up and over the curb. Try not to lock these brakes up. I'm just leaving you some room, dude. Messing up. Come on. What's the problem, Mr. Fatty? God dang. What a shitty person. Come on. It's really pushing bad. Can't get it to make that turn at speed. Shit. Got in the air. It don't turn too good when it's in the air. Yawn. Well, 206. Man, 201. Chevrolet C601. It's crazy good. I wish I could run that. Yeah, look how many penalties this McFatty guy has. Both of these guys, Venomized and McFatty. We like to touch the quarter panel. Road America. Let's see. Seemed like the balance of the car was okay, but there's definitely some corners I couldn't. I felt like the front end was washing out. And I know I got the. Maybe I can add a little more roll offset on the front, help it turn in. That seemed pretty good there. This was not as grippy as I'd like. Just kind of pushing. That should help it turn a little more. Let's see, we already did the fuel, yeah. So it says we can run a 210 lap. Get a little qualifier here. I'm out of water. Car feels pretty good through there so far. What? The curbs in that corner are really bad. If you hit those, it'll pop the car up in the air. Well, I didn't get to test it. The turn I was just on, I want to make sure I can do at least 100 around there. And the one after that, I want to make sure I can go through it in fourth gear, full throttle. If you can't do those two things, and it's going to be slow. We'll see. Wheel on soft tires, and soft and sport. I'm gonna watch out for McFaddy. This is the guy that was ramming me last race. Him and who's the other guy? Let me see him. Yeah, the other one dropped out. No, that's him. These two right here. These two rammed me last time. Seymour Butts and McFaddy. Gotta watch out for those two. They're dirty. Dirty races. They want to touch the quarter panel, I think. Oh, it got bumped me. Straight away it hit me. Yeah, they're making any attempt to stop. They're just hitting everybody. The guy in front of me is the one that was bumping me on the straightaway, knocking me sideways, so I don't mind touching his quarter. A little squirrely. Seymour Butts. Okay, now he's hitting. Now he's hitting me. I got the wheel turned all the way to the right. Cannot get back on the road. Yeah, this guy in front of me just knocked me off the road. Seymour Butts. Called it, didn't I? He was a rammer in the last race, so. Once a rammer, always a rammer. Tires locked up. Yeah, we got through there in fourth gear. Hire a genius. That's the one that was ramming me in the straightaway before. I think I'm faster than this guy, but he's braking real early. Couldn't help but hit him. Really good exit speed on that one. Carried about 10 mile an hour faster through that one than last time. Started his turn like I wasn't even beside of him. A lot of people race without the radar turned on, so they don't even know they're hitting somebody until they've done it. Hello, welcome. Good race. right. R-dub skis? R-dub skis. So my monitor's kind of far away from me. These glasses are kind of focused for this one. I have to lean in and read sometimes. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. How are you guys doing today? What do we run? A 209? Yeah, we should have been up in here. Hell, the fastest guy only ran a 209. But I keep running into Seymour Butts. This guy keeps running me off the road. This guy keeps running me off the road. There's three of them. McFaddy, Seymour Butts, and Higher Genius. Those three I gotta watch out for. Yeah, look at all the penalties Seymour Butts had. That's from ramming people, probably, if I had to guess. It's the way it is in a public lobby. Somebody's still racing. There we go. 6th place. We'll take it. So I think we got knocked all the way back to 14th or something, whatever it was. Claw our way back up to 6. When that happens, there's just no way you're going to catch the leaders because they're not going off the road. Nobody's ramming them. Yas Marina Circuit. That's a good one. I can just stay away from those 3 guys and probably have a good lap. Need some water. Yeah, it's about 12:30 here in Tennessee. It's a.m. You heading outdoor? Get you some rest, you. Appreciate you helping with the moderation. Yeah. What time you gotta be at work in the morning? $8 a.m. That's not too awful early. Good. What is it, about 2 there now? If you can get 6 hours, you'd be alright. See if these guys are in my race. I don't see those 3 guys disconnected, or I got a different lobby. That's good. 2:30. Yeah, I thought you were about 2 hours ahead. Yeah, it's getting pretty late. I'd probably brace for another hour or so, if I had to guess. Having a good time, despite the rammers, you know. Try not to let that affect the mood, you know. Don't like it, but I can still have fun. I don't have to get first place to have fun. Really? If I can get 6 hours, I'm pretty good. That's about right for me. I don't get much more than 2 or 3, you know. Sometimes I get more, but not very often. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, isn't that weird? Like, there's a certain amount of sleep that you're good and it's enough, and then get too much can make you feel bad too. This turn right here, I always forget about. Yeah, bowling. All right. You feel detonated, it blown up. That's rough. Blurry. I have those three guys that's been in every race for the last hour are not in my races anymore. Yeah, they're gone. Those three guys that kept ramming me. Get some water. Forgot to get some between races. Won't dry out. All right. Mm-hmm. Screw it. Passed a whole bunch of them at the start of the race, didn't I? Little Ferrari F50 behind me. It's the worst turn in the whole game right here. Sorry about the bump, Percio. Actually didn't mean to hit him back there.
That was ugly. Just didn't get set up good there. Why is he way over to the left? Weird. Pushing, pushing. I got a penalty for that? Come on now. Come on now. Good night, bro. We'll see you. That car's got all the traction in the world. Why does it got to hit me? Hey, York box, I don't need your draft, bro. You don't have to zigzag. That's just kind of ridiculous. See ya, nerd. That guy's being cheeky, man. He ran into me, knocked me off the line, and said thanks. Like, what? Yeah, he got 4 penalties. This dude had 7 penalties. Jeez, that's a bunch. I keep seeing this car win tonight. It's C6ZR1, the 09 one. And it wins by a lot. Look how much faster it is. 09 C601. Maybe we should buy one of those and try it. Might be good. I've seen that one win so many times tonight. Should give it a whirl. Hey Felipe, how you doing, man? I might tune a different car tonight, just goof around. I mean, this one's fine, what I'm using is, but I've gotten beat by this 09 C601. I got beat by that one several times, and it beats me by a lot too. It's probably the driver, but in the tune, but I do my own tuning. I don't use somebody else's tune. But it's intriguing to me. I want to do this race though, so I may not be able to do that car right now. I don't have time to buy it unless it's already a S-class car. You have to exit out of the race to buy a different class. 06, it might be an S-class already. Maybe A, I'm not sure. I'll look and see. I'll try to buy it without leaving the race. If I leave the race, I won't have time to get back in, and I'll miss this track, and I really want to do this track. So, let's see. Car. Select car. Buy. Let's see if it's in here. C09 C6 vet. CR1. It's a Stingray. 18. Don't see it. I don't think I've skipped it. I wish I could filter by. Oh, there it is actually. Let's buy it. We'll run it in this race just for shits and giggles. We need to do an upgrade on it. Let's see, performance. 707 points right now. First thing we need is tires. They're probably running the race tires, I would guess. But I'll try the sport first. If I get it done with sport, then I can add more horsepower. Let's go wide tires in the front and rear. Drivetrain, we need to do a race transmission. and a race diff so we can adjust it, and we can do springs and dampers so we can adjust all this. How are we looking on point? 739, not bad. Weight reduction, that would be good if we can. Performance. Anything else that we really gotta have? I think I've got all the essentials. Driveline, that may be a gimme. Yeah, that's a gimme. Aero, probably gonna need a rear wing. Front bumper would probably help. What else? Conversion. Let's keep it NA. We'll keep the stock motor in it. Let's put a camshaft in it, so we'll have some high speed horsepower. Well, the race is starting. Will it give it to me? Well, we didn't get to tune it, but we got some mods on it. Let me see how it drives. There must be something to it if guys are beat me with it and beat me bad, like 6 seconds a lap and stuff. Like, that's huge. Obviously, I'm not getting the greatest laps if it beat me that bad, but let's see. Sport tires. So it says we can run a 5609. I don't know what my Lola can run. So let's see. These guys are all soft tires, soft, medium, street. Oh, this guy's got the same car. He's done a 58. He's running street tires instead of sport or race. Interesting. There's mine. I'm on sport tires. Soft, wet, wet tires. Hopefully he's changing that. Definitely don't want wet tires. Like, I'm leaving it on wet. Bro, I would tell him, but my mic's muted in game. He must have accidentally selected those. Nobody in their right mind would select wet tires. Unless it's raining. He'll be sliding around. Excuse me, pretty badly, I imagine. Looks like we got some people watching on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Hello, everybody. Just trying a different car. Oh, I didn't set the ABS on. Ooh. Might be bad. So ABS is not turned on, and the brake pressure is probably going to be way too high, so it might just lock up the brakes a lot. We'll see. Yeah, I'm barely touching. Come on, dude, give it some gas. Good Lord, they're getting away. The engine's real quiet compared to Lola. It's not, the handling's not terrible. I'm having to modulate the brake pedal. I can't go to the floor with it. Whoa, don't shift to first. The first gear's too short, or the rear diff's too tight. One, I'm not sure. Okay, it's pushing a little bit. Let this guy go by. So we're definitely going to change the gear ratio. I'm just kind of making a mental checklist of things I need to adjust. Let's look at our... Oops. Yeah, the brakes are locking up, so we gotta fix the brakes. Tell you what, we might leave this race early, because if I can go to the next race, I'll have plenty of time to tune. This won't be competitive like this. Oh, it's too dangerous. Gotta fix the brakes. Let's see what else. I need to check the camber. Yeah, now we got a few minutes to work on the tune. Get it dialed in. I'll just use some of my real world racing experience and see if we can get it to apply to a video game. I don't know. Sometimes that doesn't work out, but try some stuff that I know. Match request. I think it's building a server, that's why it's taking so long. It's actually probably nobody in there yet since it's just opened up. So while it's loading, let me get some water. I'll be right back. Let's see if we can get this thing tuned. Alright, so right off the rip, let's get the fuel set. It says, okay, this is the Lola. It says it can run a 151 lap. And let's go to our vet. And it can do a 153, it says. That's not very encouraging, but sometimes these things are off, so. Alright, got the fuel. Let's look at the tune. Ooh, 12.5 quarter mile. Yuck, that's terrible. This thing's got like a lot of horsepower, but it's slow. We need that to be like a 10. Let's see what's going on with these gears. I'd say first gear. Let's make it do 80. That way if I downshift to first, it's not going to spin out anymore. Oops. Wrong way, climb. 80. Let's do 20 mile an hour difference between gears for starters, I think. See how that works out. There we go. Now we're at the low 10s. Not as fast as the Lola. Yeah, that transmission gear ratio is dog shit on the factory. Fast can this thing go? 206. Let's get a little more final drive. Just want to see how fast it can go. 216. So that's what we need to shoot for. $217.3. So there we go. Alright, so first gear 80, 20. So these shifts, it's always going to, this should keep the, every time I shift, because the gears are real close together, it's going to be more like a rally car. It's just always in the RPM. Even if you're in the wrong gear, it's not going to be bad because they're so tight. Make fifth and sixth an overdrive, I think. So I could probably make this make third a little bit longer. There we go, that's looking better. Fourth gear needs some adjustment. Fifth gear. Something like that. 20, 26. Another 25 or so there. Yeah, something like that. Second gear. There we go. That's pretty good. Probably only use fifth gear. We won't go to six. Alright, so we need to check the camber. Let's get rid of caster. We want that. That looks pretty good. Softer in the rear. Springs. I like the springs. Softer in the rear. Alright, let's slam it. Let's keep the rear a little higher than the front. Or the same. Bump thickness probably needs to be more like this. Let's face it, rebound really fast. So this bump stiffness, that's how well it absorbs a bump. So that makes the wheel go way up in the well, right? So it's real soft. So you can go over bumps and just kind of and not jump. And then rebound stiffness, this is the strut or the shock, depending on what kind of car. The strut, that's how hard it shoves the tire back onto the ground after it leaves the ground from a bump. So you want that to return real quickly to put traction back on the road, tires back on the road. Suspension of geometry, that'll help turn in. That'll help the rear rotate if we go this way. We'll leave that alone until we see how it drives. Let's do all the front downforce. It should help it turn. And on the rear wing, 10.5. It's not much wing. Like the amount of weight it's putting on the rear is not much. So we can run the full wing, I think. Because a lot of cars will be 500, 600, 1,000 pounds. Brakes are way too tight, so they're going to lock up. 92 feet, 235. 92, 235. 95. There we go. That's a little better without all the pressure. Let's try that. Let's make the rear brakes do something. 91, okay, that's worse. Worse. We'll leave it 50-50. Rear diff. I'm going to turn the D-cell way down. I don't want that locking up the brakes when I downshift, or locking up the rear tires when I downshift. The X-cell, if you're down around 20%, that's going to be one tire fire, as I call it. One of your wheels is going to spin and the other one's just going to be lazy, kind of riding along. You crank it way up here to 70 or something like that, way up above 30 or 40, and then it's going to be positive traction instead of limited slip, if you've ever heard of those terms. Alright. Alright, so let's just try this. We got 2 minutes left before the race. So let's just go to practice instead of qualify. Practice, it'll let me anywhere on the track adjust the tune. So if I feel something real bad, I can make a quick adjustment. But I only got about 1 minute and 40 seconds to do it. Whereas if you go into qualifying, you can't make adjustments in the middle of qualifying unless you quit qualifying. Alright, we got to look at our springs. Springs look okay. They're kind of in the middle. It's got a lot of horsepower. But it's a pretty heavy car from the fact, not heavy car, but it's a production car, you know, it's not a race car. Okay, tires are cold. Let's look at the camber. This is the most important thing. So we got to get the front tires to where they lay flat on a corner. They're pretty close to ideal, but I want to see a tighter corner, maybe like this one coming up. Looking at the front right. Okay. Can't look at camber while it's sliding. That won't give you an accurate reading. Let's go slowly through here. Inconclusive. I think the front camber's good. The rear's probably pretty good too. The braking is locking up now. Really easy. So we're going to back the pressure off just a hair because the tires may not be fully warmed up. And they didn't lock up then, but I wasn't going very fast. All right, let's give it a whirl. Totally different car. Just a quick and dirty tune. I think most people just go and download, you know, they go to the rivals and they see a car that sets the record laps and then they just download that guy's tune instead of learning, you know, but I like to do my own. That is the absolute meta car. That's the fastest car in the game, so this guy didn't plan on losing. I've got a group of about 100 fast, clean racers that I invite. Sometimes the fastest guys in there are crazy fast. They're aliens. They'll beat you terribly. This guy, just an average driver in this car, will beat him by 4 seconds per lap. So multiply that by 10 laps, and yeah, they're nearly a minute ahead. That's how good that car is. So when somebody shows up with this, I know they're not interested in competition. They're just wanting to win no matter what. So we'll see. We still got the sport tires on it. I don't know. I'm afraid the street tires may not make it through the race, so that's why I'm running the sport. If I go to the race tires, I can run a soft compound and might make it through the race. But you have to spend a lot of points out of the 800 you're allotted for this class. So I've chosen less grippy tires so I can have more horsepower. Doesn't sound smart, but sometimes I just like to pass people on the straights, get that free real estate, you know. Perfect. That's what we need. Somebody to stop right in the middle of the road. Looks like we got pretty good straight line speed. We just got to get it to turn. Tires are cold, so definitely need to turn up the engine sounds. I can't. Okay. Huh. Front right tire got hot. I'm used to driving that Lola every day. I'm gonna have to get used to this. The sharp turn should put a lot of heat in the front tires. Yeah, they're hot. It definitely needs help turning. I'm gonna have to look at the roll center offset on the front. And that basically, yeah, it's too stiff in the front. I'm having to turn so sharp to make the turn that it's heating up the tires. It's just too stiff. It's making it push. But we can adjust the roll center offset, and that'll help it turn in by softening up the front roll bar basically, or how the body reacts to a turn. So that'll make the car tilt a little bit on the turn and put weight on the outside tire if we're turning right, and that'll put more grip on it. Okay, the brakes aren't terrible. You have to really go slow to keep from scrubbing the front tires completely off. Kind of roller skating around the corners, no power. Front left locked up, got hot. Trying to line it up so that when we do brake, it's very straight, and that'll help it. A lot of turning to get it to turn. I'm hitting the rev limiter a lot. I think I need to turn up the sound. Yeah, it's pushing pretty bad. This car has potential, though, I think. Doesn't. Yeah, it just doesn't. It's just the front end's bad. Factory front end's bad. It's just stiff all around. So the back end's not rotating. But if I make the front end turn in better, I might find that the rear end comes around just fine. Alright, let's go on to the next race so we can finish the tune. This is going to mess up my rating, but it don't matter. It'll knock it down. It was a 49.50 out of 49.99 and an S for safety, but I'm sure it's way down. Yeah, it dropped from an S to an A and from 49.50 to 48.50. When you leave a race prematurely, it does that, which is ridiculous because it has no bearing on anybody else on the race. You know what I mean? It's not like it affects anybody else. Alright, let's go to the next one. Ooh, Nürburgring. That's going to be a tough one to tune on because it's not the same corners every time. It's a fun race, but I can't tune on that track. That's not a good one. Let's go to Maple Valley. Let's just do it open. Change the track in a second here. I feel like if I can make a car work on Maple Valley, they'll work on any track. Another good one, probably Kailami. No, not Kailami. What am I thinking? Track was I thinking? I don't see it. There's Maple Valley. Hakone Grand Prix, I believe. Let's see. Is that the one I'm thinking? Yeah. That's a good one because it's got a lot of high speed curves. So if you can get the balance of the car right, it'll zoom around the corners. If you get it wrong, you can't make the long high speed turns under full throttle. So this is a good one to figure out if you get the tune up. Maple Valley as well, but Maple Valley is just a difficult track to get the same lap times all the time. Whereas this one I think is more repeatable. It's not as difficult. And I think it will serve its purpose. Let's see. Alright, car, tire. Way too much fuel. It says we can do a 118.9. I'd like to be closer to like a 115. If we can, I think that would be competitive. So right off the rip, tire pressure on sport, that's pretty high. Might help lowering the pressure and see if it helps with the braking. 92.9. 92.7. 92.6. 2.8, 237. Probably shouldn't go under 25 pounds. Usually 26 on a real tire. That's as low as you want to go. So 95.1, 238. 93.3, 238. 92.6, 236. And it was. Yeah, so it's actually better with less pressure. And this is just the braking distance, but it can give you an idea if you're helping or hurting. So usually on the rear we can go even softer. 92.7, 237. Okay. It's about 27 pounds on the front. Let's try a little less. 7, 223, 236. Little sweet spot there. 26, 223, 236. Pretty good spot right there. It won't let me set it right the same. I don't know why they don't have a box where you could type in a number. Stupid. Okay. That looks better. And then that should help it brake a little better and should be more grippy. Gear ratio was fine. I think the camber's okay. I need to check the rear. The front's okay though. That should be fine. Should be fine. Anti-dive. Okay, let's hope it turns. So that'll help the car twist. Negative on the front helps it turn in better with less steering. And I'm having to steer a whole lot and it's just wiping out the tires, getting them taut. And then a positive number will make the rear end kick out. Too much and you'll be in the traction control all the time and it'll just bog. Let's change this event. Give me plenty of time. I don't need that much time, but I just want to bring it into a race with it a little bit better prepared than just a really rough tune. Let's see if this helps. If we can get it to boogie around this track, it'll work on a lot of tracks. Get this fan on me. It's getting really hot in here. Scratch the paint already. So we'll look at our tire first. First lap's just a throwaway. Got to get the tires up to temperature. To turn the car sounds up. I can't hear the engine. I go by the sound of the car for shifting, so I don't have to look at anything. So that would be in the audio settings. Lola's pretty loud, so I have to turn it down. Player, engine, tire, opponent car. We'll start with that. Adjust it as needed. Oh, there's so much tire noise. Go out of the practice and back in. Sometimes there's a bug with the audio. Like if you go in and adjust it, it gets all out of whack. Let's go back out. Probably won't have so much tire noise this time. Now we can hear the engine over the tires. Definitely has some trouble turning. Brakes feel like they're too tight. Double check our camber. Front left. Let's look at the front right. It's about right. It's ended up about 0 degrees. That's what you want. That's perfect on the front. Need to check the rear. Hey Austin. Tuning a car. You can join my session if you want to. How you doing? Okay, the rear camber is a +2. So we need more camber in the rear. That'll help it run the corner. Let's go to a 7 there. What are you up to tonight? Last night I worked. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I saw the left rear. When I go turn right, you got to look at the left rear camber. It's pretty close to 0 now. So I think our camber's set. I'm happy with that. It's pushing real bad though. I think the front end's still too stiff.
Meant to give you this the other day, but haven't been able to catch you when I was free. Happy belated
Geez, that's a big
Father's
tip.
Day.
Thanks,
I
man.
love you, Dad.
It's too much, Austin. Thank you. That'll help out for sure. You know, my Jeep is still in the shop. I'm coming up on 3 months. I've been waiting on my Jeep to get fixed so I can get back to work. Isn't that crazy? Talked to the mechanic the other day about my Jeep. Let me turn this down. This car's too loud. The overall audio is too loud right now. Like 45 maybe. Anyway, I talked to the mechanic the other day and he was like, "Hey, I really appreciate your patience, you know, getting your Jeep fixed." I'm like, "Dude, it's been 3 months. I've run out of patience." He's like, "Oh, 3 months, man." I was like, "You're killing me, dude. I cannot get income if I can't drive to work. I'm just burning up all my money." It's back down to next to nothing now. So yeah, that tip is going to help. Thank you so much. Front tire's really squealing. Yeah, it's pushing. We're getting closer, but yeah, it's still pushing. Yeah, they had to take the head to the machine shop, and he said the head was junk. It was just fried. So, had to buy another cylinder head. New valves, new springs, new retainers, you know, all the internals. Which means then you got to buy a new head gasket. So you might as well buy the upper engine gasket kits because you got to have The intake's got to come off, you know, everything. Injector O-rings, all that stuff. So I'm having them flush the coolant system, make sure there's not any old sealant in there or some old junk that might be plugging it up. The mechanic was like, "Oh, we could knock the center out of the thermostat," which I got to buy another thermostat. It's like, we can knock the center out of the thermostat, you know, it'd be great for the summer. I'm like, yeah, but winter will be coming any minute, and then I'll be, you know, it'll never get up to temp. I'll never have hot air, you know what I mean? I don't want to do that. That's kind of a crutch, you know. I don't think it has a cooling problem. I think it just had the last cylinder head, I don't think it ever sealed up that good because it was drinking water sometimes. You know, I could tell it was like not sealed. Let's see. So we need to look at the roll center offset on the front. Let's go another tick. I'm trying to get it to where it doesn't push so much, and we want the rear end to twist. These don't have to be the same. I mean, you could have one at 9 and the other at 5. That's fine, but I usually start with doing the same amount. That makes the car turn. You have the 4-liter. No, it's not. Unfortunately, it's not the 4-liter. It's the V6 3.7 liter, which is a pretty good motor. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I do wish I had the old school 4.0 though. Those are nice. A lot more torque on those. Tires are cold. Starting to feel a little better, even with a cold tire. Yeah. I thought at one time I had a... this is still way too loud. Sometimes you have to quit practice and go back into practice to get the audio to reset after you've adjusted it. I was like, I should buy a Hellcat motor. Put that in there. That'd be pretty funny. Probably get better gas mileage. But I think those are like 10 grand, so yeah. I want to do that. Front right tire locked completely up. Let's reduce the brake pressure so I can hit the brakes without locking up instantly. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? See my Jeep with a fucking Hellcat motor in it. That blower on it. Be funny. That'd surprise some people. Are you at work right now? Are you at break? Still feel like that tire's locking up too easily. It's kind of making the turns now. Lab at work. Okay. Got AC in the lab probably, huh? Yeah, trying some different stuff. I've got the Lola dialed in real well, so I always thought, well, once I get the Lola, well, I had it running, I had it tuned real good. I was getting first place and a lot of podiums for a couple of days, and then they deleted the multi-class. In multi-class, everybody ran sport tires, so I was competitive. Well, now I have to run in the S-class because they deleted multi-class. Everybody runs soft tires. Well, if you run soft tires on a Lola, you got to take away 60 to 80 horsepower. Now I can't catch anybody. So I thought, well, I'll try this. I got whipped by this car tonight twice, and I got two different guys, and they put like 6 seconds on the Lola. I was like, oh my. But I'm sure they just went to the leaderboard and downloaded the fastest tune there ever was for it and the setup, you know. I'm doing this on my own, so I want to. Trying to set the brakes on the steering now. Everything else is, yeah, it cannot brake and turn. Yeah, that's no good. Front end still needs help. The back end was kind of coming around, so I think it's probably going to be okay where it is. Add some more. We'll soften up the front some more. And brakes. Try a little more, less brake pressure. Yeah, this is a C5 ZR1, I believe. No, C6. You're right. I haven't looked at the taillights. Hey, we're making a turn finally. So the biggest problem is the front roll offs. The front suspension is so tight. It's not putting any weight on the tires that have the. It's not distributing the weight to the tire that's it's leaning into. A little better. See how it does on the high speed stuff though. Still not impressed with the steering there. Still needs more in the front. This is a good track to practice on because if you can't go through those corners flat out, you know, you're not too good. And then maybe this car's not capable of that, but we'll try anyway. Up that front end turn. Yeah, give me a shout when you get off, when you get rested up and you're ready to play. I've installed Battlefield 1. I've been streaming Battlefield 1, Battlefield 5, 2042, Battlefield 2042. Just installed Battlefield 4, Battlefront 2. The Star Wars game, Titanfall 2. Haven't played those yet. I'll probably play Battlefield 4 tomorrow. And Dirty Bomb, the database server's down again, so my server's up, but the database isn't, so people can't connect to it. So I haven't been able to play that. I've been wanting to play Rust, but I gotta have somebody to play with me. It's just absolutely a nightmare being a solo. So Titanfall, I played it a while back and it did. Yeah, I think that game's actually beloved. People love that game. They quit supporting it because they were working on a new Star Wars game or something. So I think all the resources got yanked. They were going to make a new one or coming out with updates, and then it got yanked for Star Wars. And then those were flops, the Jedi game and a couple others. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Dirty Bomb. It just won't quite die. There's enough people that love it. It just doesn't get the press it deserves and that sort of thing. So yeah, we'll figure something out. Purge server, yeah. There's one that Gotcha was telling me about. Let me turn this down again. This is so loud. There's one that Gotcha was telling me about. I think it's called Spoon Kid, and it was like a 2 times server. So it's not, the 1 times it takes forever to get anything going. That one might be a good one. He said he's got all the blueprints for that one already, so we could learn guns and stuff quickly without having to slog through a whole white, opening stuff. Quit practice and start practice again, so it'll reset the sound. Hopefully it won't be so loud. I like the idea of a purge server. I just don't. I don't know of one, but I haven't looked either. Ideally, something that doesn't have a whole lot of upkeep. Hey, we made this turn finally. The front roll offset's helping. Motorsport serves white once a week or every other. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Okay, the back end feels like it's trying to rotate too much. Now that the front end's turning in better, it's making the back end kick out. Yeah, it's trying to drift. Not terribly though. Could be advantageous. I think the Lola will do like a 115 or 116 lap. So we'll definitely see how that back end is kicked way out. And it doesn't have enough wing on it, but that's the only option. So I think we'll take some of the roll center offset out of the back. Now that the front's turning in good, it doesn't need it. See how that does. I should keep it from spinning out so easily. Alright, have fun. Love you, bud. I'll see you later. When's you'll be Tuesday, you thinking? Or just whenever, just holler at me whenever you're ready to play. And it doesn't have to be Rust, but that would be fun, I think. I mean, I think the viewers would like seeing it. Because we're actually really good at it, and we just don't play it. Yeah, to be determined, but I've been thinking about Rust a little. Okay. Yeah, that'd be cool. I've been itching to play it. Gotcha would play with us. I finally got him talked into playing PvP. He usually does PvE, player versus environment. But I think he'll do a PvP. But I think he's got to wait on his computer, a new computer. I think something went wrong with his old one, the motherboard or something. He's got like a laptop or something now. He can play Dirty Bomb, but Rust is probably a little too demanding for it, so. Yeah. Perch would be ideal. Because then you can build in peace, learn your BPs, get your base done, and then Purge Day go wild. That'll be fun. I like the idea of that. Yeah, if you happen to have time, if you find a good Purge server, just let me know the name and I'll bookmark it and check it out. I trust your judgment. You could find a good one. Alright. See you later. Have a good work night. Tell the wifey I said hello. Hope she's doing okay. Oh, did she have a birthday the other day? Somebody had a birthday. Was that her? I think Ethan had a birthday. Maybe she did too. If so, tell her I said happy birthday. I think I forgot about it. The 18th. Yeah, I'm pretty late. Well, tell her happy belated birthday for me, or I'll send her a message if I think about it. But I just forgot. I'm terrible with dates. My own birthday sneaks up on me. Alright, see you later. Love you. For those that don't know, Internal Matter is my son. That's why we say I love each other. Still pushing real bad. Let's give that front end a little, make it a little softer. Quite a bit softer. See if we can get it to stick. Alright, let's just go to a track now. Let's do a multiplayer race. It's kind of in the ballpark. I don't think it's going to be very competitive just yet, but it feels a lot better than it did when I started with it. So, multiplayer race will be a good litmus test. If we can get mid-pack or better, then I'd say it's pretty good. Lime Rock. South Chicane. Yeah, that's kind of shitty right there, but we'll do it anyway. Got a few minutes to practice it. Dial it in a little better, maybe. We've had 112 people come through TikTok. Hello, TikTok peeps. Most of them are just doom scrolling right through, but and we got a couple people on YouTube. Hello, YouTube people. And we got 4 on Twitch. Give or take a few. Alright. Nobody's in this lobby yet, but they'll be joining in a minute. Let's set our fuel. Okay, that's a Lola. It says the Lola can do a 57 lap. 57 second lap. Let's try the Z06. Probably not going to be anywhere near a 57. 58. Not too bad. So we're getting closer to the Lola. That's a lot closer. It was about 4 or 5 seconds slower. Now we're getting there. And those numbers don't mean much. Driver's more important than anything. Let's do a little practice lap. See how it goes. Front end's pretty good. Whoa! That caught me off guard. I like the version of the track with this straightaway here instead of that chicane. Not used to the chicane. Feels pretty good. It does feel like the rear end's rotating a little too much. Not bad, but just a little bit too much. Missed my brake point there. Look at the tune. It's already pretty soft there. That's already pretty soft. Could soften that up a tick, and that would keep it from rotating quite as much. So it seems like it's kicking out a little too much. Trying to make it more reliable, more stable. Yeah, that feels better. I went through there 7 miles an hour faster that time. the brake earlier on that one. Surprisingly, nobody's joining this race, so we'll probably go on to the next one. There'll be people in the next one. Much better. Should be a pretty good lap, I would think. Right up there with our best lap. Slow through that part. I think I want to make the gears a little bit longer. It's got a lot of power. Let's see, 20, let's do 25. Let's get out of here. This race, there's nobody in it. Go to the next race. There should be some cars in that one. Sometimes you get out of sync with the other racers. Empty lobbies. But that was perfect for dialing in the tune. That's a good track to tune on. I can memorize like how the Lola feels and what mile per hour it hits at different corners and break points. Well, we could do. Let's do. I think it's ready for the Nordschleife. Well, that'd be fun. The Green Hell. It's just not a good one to tune on because it's all different turns. It's not like a circuit where you're doing the same turns. Okay, I know this one. I got to hit 100 miles an hour. Here, I need to brake on the 4. You know, this and that. The Nordschleife has so many turns and stuff, you can't memorize all of it. I can't. I'm sure somebody that drives it every day could. So it's going to be sketchy. Let's see what the Lola, it says it can run a 702, which is blistering fast, because I've got little wing on the back. 702, yeah, that's lying. Alright, and then if we check out our new vet. There's a few people in here, but there'll be more coming, I imagine. So 710 definitely says the vet's slower, but in 7 minutes you're talking about 9-second difference, something like that, 8-second difference. Let's put a little more fuel in it so we can play.
2 laps of fuel. Yeah. That's about all we're going to get in 10 minutes anyway. Alright, and then let's finish the gearing. 85. Yeah, 25 miles an hour. Another 25 roughly. Another 25 would be 60. Another 25 be right there. And yeah, looks pretty good there actually. Like that. It's pretty linear. Let's see. Can I do more than 213? No, not really. So I'm gonna leave that gearing there. That should be pretty good. Now I won't be smacking the limiter when I'm downshifting so much. Speaking of that, let's look at the rear diff. Yeah, we've already lowered that. Okay. Braking seems about right. Maybe a hair too tight. But yeah, this is a good start. So let's just do a qualify. You see how the car feels on the Nordschleife. It's a super tough track. It'll be a good test. You just keep in mind I have, you know, a dozen laps in this car, most of them tuning, so. Get some heat in the tires, so I'm going to purposely turn too sharp and scrub them. Get some heat in the front. Well, no hope of making that turn. Coming in too hot. This would be a good one to set the front brakes because it's bouncy. Feels pretty good so far. Drives better on pavement than it does grass, I'll say that. Oh, the gear ratios feel much better. When you have a car with a lot of horsepower and a lot of torque, the little short gears are a waste. You're spending more time shifting than you are accelerating. So fewer shifts. fun to drive. I just like this track. It's fun to drive. I haven't mastered it yet, but getting a little better. The balance of the car feels pretty good. It's not doing anything crazy. Oop, hit the curb. It's not like the grass. What I need to do, because this track is so bumpy, is quit qualifying. Let me pull up the old Windows calculator and really set this suspension correct on the dampening, because it's going to need it on this track. There were several times I felt the tire was skittering when I was on the braking, so it's probably, I mean, I just did a real quick and dirty tune earlier for that part. So on the springs, let's see, how heavy is this car? 2746, so it's 400 pounds heavier than the Lola. So I probably don't need as much. Where'd my calculator go? Somebody. Nope, there it is. Right. So the weight is 2746. So, and the front rear is 51. So it's a little nose heavy, not bad. Front engine, that makes sense. And then how much weight are we putting with the aero? 100 and 200 pounds respectively, which is next to nothing. That is just a factory wing, clearly. So our spring rate should be about 700. Let's see how close I got. Yeah, 700 on the front. Yeah, that's on the money. We're a little soft on the rear, but that's okay. I want it that way. And then for the dampening, 2.8 and 2.9 is ideal. So we can go a little softer on the front. That'll help it go over a bump without bouncing. And then on the rear, we're too stiff, because we don't have that much wing on the back. Let's do that. And then we've already set that. So we weren't too far off. I was just doing it off the top of my head. Now we're using math, so we weren't bad at all. So it's not going to feel much different. But it might be a little bit more stable over the bumps. That's what I'm looking for. And that'll make it plant the tires better in the corners, and it'll make it hopefully not lock up the brakes so easy on the bumps. We can definitely go stiffer on the rear springs if we need to. But I like the car to squat under load.
And that puts a lot of weight on the rear tires. And it's not skittering as much. Feels good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be more deliberate with my turn there. I kind of eased into the turn for fear of it washing out the back end, but I think I have to give it more input. A little skittering on the front, not too bad. I always do this turn wrong. Tricky. I'm liking the gear ratio. Feels a lot better than it did. Okay, again, I gotta get into the steering a little bit quicker. Commit to the steering. There we go. Usually when I'm on the racetrack, you gotta really snap the wheel on a sharp turn. You want to get that bite and get it turning immediately. If you ease into it slowly, your tires start heating up before you get to the maximum turn, and then it's just you know, not gonna do anything. So we gotta get used to committing more aggressively, like that, instead of being smooth. Just be really sharp with it, and you'll get that car to turn before the tire gets hot. Not a lot of wing on the back. Can definitely tell that. Gotta stay off the curbs, they're treacherous. To the carousel. Definitely want to stay on the low side of the carousel, but not so low that you get on the apron. Just stay right in the middle. Aggressive turn. Car feels pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the tune. You can stay on the road on the Nordschleife, you're doing something, I think. That's a lot of it. Just stay on the road. Go off, it just kills, 10 seconds. Trying to get back on. So, not too bad. We've been driving the car, maybe half hour, an hour at the most. From start to finish, just not looking at anybody else's tune or setup, just kind of going by the feel of the car. Oh, they're real fast. Yeah, I'm not going to beat those guys. Let's see, are they tuning their own car? Nope, he's downloaded somebody's tune. Is he? Nope, he's downloaded somebody's tune. Nope, he's downloaded somebody's tune. Am I the only one that's tuned my own car? Now he's tuning his own car. He is. He's downloaded Stu's tune. I know Stu. He's like, yeah, they basically go to the leaderboard, find the fastest car on the track, and download the fastest tune they can find. Yeah. Oh well, it'd be nice if I raced against people who did their own work, but that's just how it is. Some people are race drivers, some are tuners and drivers. That's what I did for 10 years was tune race cars, so it'll be a cold day in hell before I allow somebody to tune my own car. Just not happening. I mean, I might load one up if somebody asks me to try out their tune, but I'm not going to keep it or use it. It would be purely just to check it out. Getting rear-ended quite a bit. Hard to stay on this road with cold tires and somebody hitting you in the rear end while you're trying to brake. It's not helping. These guys are just driving like jerks. No. Alright, settle in. Bro, can you stop hitting my car for just a minute? It would help me go around corners a lot faster if you don't hit me. Guys are so fucking terrible. They just run into you constantly. I mean, come on. Bro, can you not run people off the road? Maybe use your own brakes instead of their doors and rear end. Selfish little drivers, man. To the carousel, stay in the middle. Off-track time game. What is it talking about? No ABS, so brakes are gonna lock up, and I have to, when I hear it squealing, I kind of ease off the brake a hair, you know. Ugh. Too fast in that section. I don't think we're doing too bad for a car I just bought and just tuned a little bit. Doing pretty good. I just gotta get used to it. Let her eat on the straightaway. Top gear, 6-speed. Not too bad. You know, you get bumped around and stuff. Ain't bad. I think the best I've done in a Lola was like 710 or 7. I know I've done some 720s. I don't think I'm far off. Run off the road several times, so yeah, it could definitely go faster. Pretty happy with that, actually. I see some new people came into the stream. Hello, welcome. We just bought this 2009 Chevrolet C6 ZR1. Just trying a different car tonight. Just did a little quick tune on it. Feels pretty good. Sometimes I drive a car and like, oh, it's pushing, or the brakes are bad, or the rear end's slipping out. I think we got the tune actually pretty good. It would be competitive if I was really good at the track. Sunset Peninsula, full circuit. Could try that. Yeah, 720 on the first time on the Nordschleife with a new car and a new tune, and just getting used to everything. Shit, man, I'm pretty happy with that. The difference between it and the Lola right off. Now they'll run similar times, but the Lola, that's old leaf spring technology from 1969, so it's not as firm. It does a whole lot of fishtailing, and it's a handful. As I like to say, the Lola's actively trying to kill you at every turn. But that just seems more stable. It's just a modern car, A little easier to handle, I think. Doesn't fishtail nearly as much. And we're just on sport tires. We could probably put sticky tires on it. Take the camshaft out of it and drop some horsepower, and it'd be a little bit more glued to the surface, but it would give up some speed. I like the speed. Let's see. In the tune-up, the gear ratio was good. Happy with that. I think we already did the camber and the caster. Could soften up the front. It might help it turn a little better, less push. If we need to. And it seems like it's okay. It's turning in pretty good. Could go a little bit further with that. See how it feels. Let's do a practice. That way if we need to adjust anything, we can. Beautiful car, the C6. I drove one when I was in Panama. I was in Central America for several years, racing cars and tuning cars down there for a shop called Race Lab Motorsports. It's a friend of mine, Gary Carbano, owns that. And he bought all his parts for my business, Mellon Tuning and Mellon Racing. So I went down there to help him out, set up his shop. I set up his dyno for him. Had a all-wheel drive dyno jet dyno. And one of the cars that we tuned down there was a C6 Vet. Man, it was fun. It was a really good car to drive. And it made about the same horsepower as this one. Whoa. Didn't make that turn. It's so dark, I couldn't see it. It was about 700 horsepower to the wheels. This is about what this is, I think. Let's see what it is exactly. A lot of torque. 780 maybe. Yeah, 780. So this is actually very similar build, because it was I think it had a Pro Charger on it, if I remember correctly, instead of a Supercharger, which is also belt driven, but it had a big front mount intercooler and stuff on it. I can't see this turn. Yeah, I don't like this track at all, especially at night, because the bumpers on the side of the road are yellow and white, which, as you know, yellow and white, you can't see that very well. And it's dark. I think we'll go on to the next track. Just not a fan of this track at all. Not the it's at reverse and it's at night. It's just terrible. Go to the main menu and find another track. Go to the next one, and that'll give us a little tune-in time before the race. So we don't have it fully dialed in yet. We just kind of got it. It's good. It's not great. Road Atlanta. Actually been on this track. I had a 91 Dodge Stealth. My dad had a first gen Viper RT10. And my Stealth had about 425 horsepower to the wheel at the time. Later I had it at like 550, but had smaller turbos initially as a twin turbo car. Twin turbo all-wheel drive, and I just had street tires on it. And my dad had his RT10 Viper, and it was around 400 horsepower from the factory. I think he did the smooth bore intake tubes because it's got two throttle bodies, one for each bank because it's a V10, so you have 5 cylinders here, 5 cylinders there, so it actually had a different throttle body for each one. And he did the smooth bore intake tubes, the factory ones that were kind of rib. So he did that, and he did exhaust, just basic stuff, nothing wild. So it was probably seemed like it did put down 400 to the wheels at a dyno one time in Nashville, Tennessee. And anyway, we went to this track, and I was in the Stealth with the street tires, and he was with the RT10 Viper with the race slicks, hard tires. And what we found was that the Evo could exit the corners much quicker because the old RT10s, they did not have power steering. I guess they had power steering. They didn't have ABS, and they didn't have traction control. They were like a driver's car, a real race car. I think they had AC. I can't remember for sure, but they didn't have much. Basic stereo, nothing too crazy. Anyway, with the Stealth, I could leave the corners and just floor it with the all-wheel drive, just take off. And by the end of the straight, he would start catching me because it was a lighter car. The Stealth weighed 3775. I think the Viper was probably more like 34, 36. A little bit lighter car, more torque for sure. Let's do a practice lap, see how it feels. So it was real fun. I found out that the Achilles heel with the Stealth was the brakes. It was so heavy, after so many laps, it just completely brake fade. There was no brake left. Oh, I was like, why is the car so much louder? This is the Lola. That's not my car. You're getting the right car. So it's... Yeah, this is... let's see. So the Lola, it says it can run a 125 lap. That'll be our goal. Let's get the right car, though. What did I say? 125? So let's get the 01 out, and then fuel and tire. So yeah, it shows us it's 2 seconds slower than the Lola. On paper, the driver matters more than anything, and those estimates sometimes aren't correct. So I'm not gonna worry about it too much. And let's do a practice. We had a little bit of a negative roll center on the front. That's softening up the front suspension, so hopefully the tires will grab better when I turn in, because it still has a little bit of push to it, but not bad. Tires aren't quite warmed up yet. Tires are up to temp now, about 200 degrees. Not too bad. So we're going to shoot for a 125 lap, or a 127 is what it says the vet can do. Braking on the 6. Yeah, I need to be a little bit more right justified under braking and keep the wheels straighter, and I think it'll stop on the 6. It's a 128 lap on cold tires. That's not bad. If your tires aren't squealing, you aren't going fast enough. Should absolutely be squealing. The front tires have a high-pitched squeal and the rear tires have a low-pitched squeal. So here the front tires first, since they enter the corner first. That real high pitch, that's front. If you hear a whole lot of the rear tires, then it's rotating too much. On the 6, you could probably downshift a little quicker and help it slow down. That would make the rear brakes do more, or the rear tires do more. Alright, there's our 127, not bad. Yeah, I'm not liking that. It didn't want to make that turn. Struggling to make that turn too. I'm picking up the pace, and I'm finding that the front end's still pushing a little bit too much. It's not allowing me to go faster. Really have to roller skate through there. Wheels nice and straight. Alright. Gearing, fine, alignment. Yeah. That's good. A little more twist in the front. Help it turn. 9406, 239. 94.7, 246. That's pretty low. I think we'll keep it where it is. Softening up the front end can sometimes help with the braking anyway. Should turn a little better. Tires are probably still cold though. We'll oversteer to get some heat in them. Still got a problem there, but they may not be warmed up all the way just yet. A little wide, got out of the rubber. Not bad. Just a heavy car compared to the Lola, so I may have to brake a little bit before the 6 like that. Really gonna flog it here. Just trying to find the limits of what the steering can do. Much better through there. That's the first time we made that turn with any kind of speed. Barely making that corner. This corner here is really struggles. Just not making that one at the speed I want to do. Soften up that front suspension a little more. In doing that, the rear end may slide out too much. We'll see. But it should help with these little tight corners here where it wasn't making them. And the high speed ones that was requiring more input than I have available. Better. Yeah, we definitely need to brake before the 6. A little heavier car than the Lola. We'll have to commit to the steering on that one a lot sharper, a lot quicker. Better. don't feel like we've gone too far with the front steering, so I'll soften it up some more. It's starting to make the corners, but it's just starting to make the corners. Crank it way up. Really soften up that front end. Should keep it from pushing so bad and not require nearly as much steering input to make the same turn. Much better. We're up 1/10 of our best lap. Up 2/10. Much better. Yeah, there we go. It picked up 9/10. Because I'm able to carry more speed through the corners. Much better. I think we're out of gas. Yeah, we're out of gas. $3.60. Alright, good tune session. Fixed a few things there, I think. Should be better. I don't know if it's a winner yet, but should, you know, maybe it won't get completely blown away. Excuse me. 2:46 a.m. in Tennessee, USA. Kind of early. Okay, 43. Sport tires. A lot of people on sports. Okay, he's on the race tires. There's the new whip. Fingers crossed we don't get knocked off the road. The good thing about the Vet versus the Lola I've been driving, the Lola is much lighter, and that's a nice thing, but in Forza people bump like crazy and they think it's okay, so they bump you all the time, just boom 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 all through the corner. Well, When that happens to a super lightweight car, it just loops it out real easy. Hello, welcome to the stream. See some new people walking in. We've had 134 people come through on TikTok. We got 2 on YouTube right now and 4 on Twitch. Not bad for 2:47 in the morning. See what I'm talking about? These guys are already trying to run me off the road. This red Porsche. He's driving like a jackass. Just let him go. Smooth as fast. These guys are overdriving big time. We're on cold tires, so these guys that are trying to win the race on the first lap, it's just selfish drivers. See if we can get in the draft here. Oh yeah. Let's get lined up for a nice straight braking. Brake early. I don't know about his braking. Be safer than sorry here. Chicken footed it a little bit. Car's a little bouncy. Just gonna drive our race. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. It's really easy to hyper focus on the car in front of you and watching them. You really need to be watching the edge of the road, looking ahead at the apex, trying to hit it. Stay in the dark spots. That's where the rubber's at. We did a 129 lap, the first one, on cold tires. We want to shoot for a 127 flat. That's a 125 lap. That's a good one. The dog needs a rabbit to chase. We'll run much faster that way. It's the same in the racing world. If somebody's in front of you going faster than you, you tend to go faster yourself. Probably should have grabbed second gear there, but oh well. We don't lift. Stay in it. We'll be alright. Smooth as fast. Much better through there this time. Oversteered a little bit there. Take the alternate road. They caught up a little bit there. .126.7 lap, that's pretty good. Our night will spinning out again like before. We're up 1.3 or 0.1 tenth over our best lap. And our best lap was a really good one for this car. So that's good. Up 2 tenths. Up 6 tenths over our best. That's huge. Absolutely huge. Oh yeah, 124 with a 3 is excellent. Last lap, let's make it a good one. We'll get a podium. Oh boy. We don't lift. A little bit loose on the rear end. There's the tiniest amount of tire wear, so. Just oversteering, going too fast. Let's keep it nice and tidy through here. We don't have to speed. Just make the corner. Pretty good. Might need to take a little bit out of the rear twist. Maybe soften up the rear end a little bit so it doesn't kick out as much. But yeah, 124 with a 3 is pretty good. Got our first podium in the new car. We just bought it a little while ago. Tuned it ourselves from scratch. Finished bonus, rule set bonus, because I don't have the driving line on. I don't have the braking distance line on. You know, stuff like that. We've got ABS on. Or no, ABS is off, and traction control is on. This car's got so much power. There's no hope of driving that thing without traction control. Now, Panorama, that's a good track. It's one of my favorites. It'd be interesting to see how this car does on my favorite track. It's not my best track. I don't win it a lot, but it's a lot of fun. I like the hill top up here. Block skyline. It's very difficult to pass at the top of the hill, and you really shouldn't even try it, but people don't know that, so they try it. It causes a lot of wrecks. So let's look at our driver's list. And our first car, Alola, he's downloaded somebody's amazing tune. That was tuning his own. He's using somebody else's tune. He's tuning his own. He's using somebody else's tune. He's tuning his own. He's using somebody else's tune. Somebody else's tune. His own. My own. His own tune. Yeah, so a lot of these guys, that's all they do. They just go, well, let's go to the leaderboard and download somebody's tune. Which is fine, but you're not comparing apples to apples when we're talking about race drivers. They're just drivers. They don't know how to tune. I give more respect to somebody who tunes their own car. By far. But that's because I tune cars for a living for 10 years. So. Could do a qualifier lap and see how it feels. I thought about taking some twist out of the rear end, but I really want to try it on more tracks before I do that. If I'm having that trouble on all the tracks, then I need to change it. But if it's just one, I'm not going to sweat it. Might have been just... Oh, cold tires. Let these guys go ahead of me. Whew. Does not like grass. Never driven this car on this track, so got cold tires right now, so I can't really give it the beans just yet. I'm taking it easy. It's not bad. go airborne there, so I slow down. Feels pretty good. I'm not feeling anything I don't like. Alright, we should be able to do okay here. I don't know if it's going to set a record, but definitely not going to do that. But big field. We're in the back, I believe. It looks like us in the 11th position out of 12, which is fine. It's fun to work through traffic anyway. So the fast guys did a 2:05. Yeah, that's fast, isn't it? We do fuel and tire. It says we can do a 2:11. So not looking good, but we'll give it a go. Sometimes you can't go by those. So we'll make 2:05 or be our goal. If we can get close to that, then we'll be probably competitive, but it says the car can only do a 2:11. Everybody's on soft tires. Yeah, I'll keep my sports. Could go soft tire, but it would probably have to lose 100 horsepower, and then it's going to be slow on the straights. Oh, excuse me. I like my straight line speed. There's 2 long straightaways on this track, so be nice to catch people. That's impossible. Usually the Porsches are a little bit slow. They handle good, but they don't have much top end. So the Porsches I don't usually worry about too much. Unless it's like one of the old ones that are super light, gutted out with an aero kit on it. Moved up to 7th from 11th. Good start. Old tires though, we got to be careful here. I'm going to stay off the wall. Too wide. Just too nervous about the cold tires. I should have turned sharper. Once you get out of the rubber and it's not much grip, you're on the marble. Little rubber balls. See if we can catch the pack. Okay, we braked at the 150. We might try 125 next time. If we get within 100 feet, we can draft or really pick up speed. aggressive with the steering this time. Much better. Yeah, got the wall, but stay in it anyway. I was watching him. Maybe we'll get the sand to slow us down a little bit. I think a lot of people made mistakes through that section. Well, he just materialized right in front of me. It wasn't intentional. Yeah, he's trying to hit me now. He didn't like that. Hey, just so you know, I wasn't trying to knock you off the road there. You kind of materialized right in front of me. I don't think we're doing too bad for a brand new setup. Brand new car, new tune. Getting used to it. Probably could soften up the front suspension a little bit more, I think. Surprised it stopped as well as it did. We were out of the rubber. Out of the rubber. A little slow through there. $211, that's what the calculator thinks we'd be able to run. We're doing alright. Yeah, it's not turning quite enough. We need a little bit more in the front, a little softer front end. Oh, really, dude? Not even trying to go around. keep watching these guys and going off with them. Yeah, I need some more turn on the front end. Not bad, that's a fun race. Definitely exposed some flaws in the tune. The front end needs more turn in. Those super tight turns at the top of the hill. We're struggling there, but we did meet our target time at 2:11. These guys are absolutely flying through there. Even beat the Elemental, that's crazy. I think I got another race in me. No, I'm not doing that one. That's a shit track. It's got negative bank corners, so you know, like a NASCAR, you know, you go around the corners and they're banked to keep you from going up and over. That track is negative banked, so you go up and it slides off. That's good for drifting and bullshit like that, but not for racing. Terrible. Pretty track, but terrible. Let's hit exit here. Find a better track. That track's for like hill climb cars, you know, like real short wheelbase, lightweight, huge wings, big canards on the front. That's what that track's for. Not ideal for what we drive. This is a production car. It's not even a race car. So it's not really meant to do what we're doing, but we're making it happen. I think this was Watkins Glen. That'll be a good one to test on. We're going to soften up that front end even more. That'll help it turn in and hold the line, keep it from pushing as much. There was definitely some turns at the top of the hill where I was like, I was going to have to hit the brakes to stay on the track, and I don't want to do that. Not necessarily flat out up there, but I don't want to have to hit the brakes, because you usually over brake and you lose mile per hour, and then you have to get back on the gas. You want to keep that momentum moving. Really don't use the brake at all, hardly. It's a little responsible. let's see. So this Lola, it says, can do a 150. Yeah, 150 flat. Basically 150.6. And the vet will be slower, more than likely. 152. So about 2 seconds slower per lap times 5 laps. So I'm talking about 10 seconds slower overall. So that's a little disheartening, but is what it is. Okay, let's go to the tune-up. Let's soften up that front. Okay, that actually helps with the braking a little bit as well. And let's just do practice so we can tweak the tune if we need to. I feel like if we can get this car to stop pushing and turning in a little better, so I don't have to turn the wheel all the way and scrub the tires, it should be pretty quick. It's already pretty close to my Lola, and I spent a lot of time on that Lola tuning it. Cold tires. Got to heat the tires up. If I get the suspension right, we'll be able to go flat out through that whole section behind us. Okay, I forgot where I was. I was thinking about suspension stuff. We'll do about 100 through here if we can. Felt pretty good there. Good. Front right's blocking up. Woo! Have to brake a lot sooner there or lower the brake pressure one. They made it through there under power. Get up to 100 before the corner. Still not holding that corner very good. Look at the twist. We want to be able to hug this inside and fold out. There we go. Okay, we made it around. Much better. I'm just not hitting that at the right angle. Coming in too shallow. A little more turning, a little more. Still not quite getting it. Got that front end really soft now. Okay, it's gonna oversteer. I gotta be careful. A lot better. Much better. I don't think the back end's rotating well enough. The front's turning in nice, but the rear's not following. The rear's trying to go straight. It's hard to tell without like a proper sim rig and where you can really feel it, but you can just tell it's just not coming around. So let's put it on even. Factory rear. It might over rotate, but it might just take some practice to not oversteer. Much better. That was lower speed though. Not a good test. But it felt better. That's more like it. 3/10 over our previous best lap, so. This corner I've been having trouble getting 100 miles an hour out of it. About 2.7 seconds. Way better. I picked up 3 seconds. It's the difference in being able to make a corner under power and not being able to make it under power. Yeah, I need to work on my driving line on that corner. I need to start wider. I'm cutting in too soon. That's messing me up. Let's take the rear, let it rotate a little bit more, and let's go positive. If we firm up the rear suspension, that should let it slide around a little bit. We don't want a huge turn back there. We don't want to make it too firm, but combination of making the front soft and the rear firm should make it rotate better. If we've overdone it, it'll be in the traction control all the way around a corner. Because it's basically drifting instead of turning. Much better. Yeah, the rear end rotated too much there. So we might be on the fine line where it's rotating just enough and too much. Still can't go flat out through there. Yeah, I think it's got a little bit too much rotation in it. Some places it needs it, and some places it's too much. think it got a little too much there. Keep getting into traction control. Just trying to spin. Try that. And a bit more here. Came in way too hot, but still made the turn. That's a good sign. Oh, started my turn too late. Just thinking about suspension stuff, not watching the road. Hey, what's up, Lauren? Yeah, I wanted to build something different, so I've built a '09 C6 ZR1, I believe it is. So I've been tuning on it for a little while. I think I'm out of gas. Yeah, that 330 is pretty crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I'll probably get around to doing one of those eventually. Just wanted to see what I can do with this vet. I'm tired of racing. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours almost, so probably gonna take a break here in a minute. But I thought I might do a few more laps on this track. Just see how it does. This guy's way faster than me, so there won't be any competition for him. But just goofing around. No, this is just a public lobby. I was going to quit after this last race, but thought I had a couple little things I wanted to adjust real quick, so hopped into this race. And yeah, lobbies are dead. The last several, there's only been like 3 or 4 people. So if 4 it's almost 4 a.m. in Tennessee, so you know most people are dead asleep. Europeans are waking up, the UK's waking up, yeah. So my viewers have gone up in the last bit. It was down to like 2 on each platform. I think there's an 8 on Twitch now, one or 2 on YouTube. And 162 have come through TikTok so far. Just using this race for a tuning session, really. And remember, the tires are cold. I think he forgot. Get through here. I don't know why he was trying to get beside me while I'm going through there. Still kind of sluggish through that part. Forgot this thing's got so much torque. I don't really need to be going down to first very much. Too much rotation there on the rear. It's taking it easy. Yep, somebody messaged me. Makes my computer hesitate sometimes. Car feels pretty good, actually. There's a couple turns where I'm not hitting the speeds I want, but we're not finished tuning it. We got a little bit of work into it, but it needs some more. I really need to start that turn a little bit wider so I can carry more speed through there. Got a bad habit there and I haven't broken yet. I want to do 100 around this corner, but doesn't seem to be real happy with that. A little better. Tune-up feels pretty good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There goes the windshield. Okay, he's just gonna barrel through me, I guess. Uh-oh. Not much of a wing on the back. If it gets a little sideways, it's kind of sketchy. I think the front wing only puts down 100 pounds and the rear is only 200, so it ain't doing much. As long as you don't give it too much input on the steering, it's okay, but man, if it gets sideways, it's kind of bad. Wants the fishtail at high speed. That's a good race. Our poor windshield. Yeah, oh, we actually beat him because he had so many penalties. I guess he was cutting corners and ramming. That's funny. Yeah, I enjoyed driving the car. Enjoyed tuning it. There's more in it, I'm sure. Couple corners there where I felt like the Lola did better. But it's pretty close. We're getting there. I'm trying to narrow the gap because I just want to drive the Lola because it's my fastest car. And I've long been looking for a car that I like better. And this one's good. There's potential there. And then, like Lion was saying in the chat, that Ferrari 330 P4, it's even better than the Lola. Most people, it's widely regarded as a better car, but I haven't used it. I think I might have used it once before one time, but I don't know. I don't have it in my inventory right now anyway. Well, I think I'm going to hop off here. It's gotten warm in here. Been playing for 4 hours, so it starts heating up. This video card, I even got the video card turned down a little bit because it doesn't Just puts out a lot of wattage. I think default's like 350 watts or something, and then can do as much as 374 watts. So I don't run it all the way up. I got a 1,000 watt power supply, and then a 40, 50 watt CPU, plus whatever the motherboard and everything else. So yeah, it can get pretty warm in here. It's basically a space heater, 10 by 10 office with one vent. It's just not enough. My dad is elderly and he lives with me, and he gets real cranky if I wake him up. So I have to keep the door shut because I start talking too loud when I'm racing in a car and can't hear myself speak very well. Just trying to keep it civil here, Any case, thank you guys for tuning in. I'll be back later in the morning. Get a few hours of sleep, and I'll probably hit the track. And then if anybody wants to race with me, just send me a message. Username is Mellonpopr7067. Let's see. Yeah, Mellonpopr7067 if you want to get in on the right on the races. Alright. Yeah, looks like some people messaging me about racing this morning already, but I'm not going to get into a new one right now. In any case, catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. Don't forget, if you hadn't already, don't forget to follow and subscribe and thumbs up on the video, that stuff. If you want a notification when I go back online. Also, we have a Discord server. You're welcome to join that. I've got the link posted in TikTok, and then post it in YouTube. Yeah, already, but forget to YouTube. And then post it in Twitch as well. There we go. Alrighty. Catch you guys later. Have a good day.